Every sentence in English needs two things, a subject and a predicate. The subject is either a noun or a pronoun. A noun is a person, place, or thing. A noun can be plural, which means more than one. Example of a plural noun is the word cities. The word city is singular. The word cities is plural. Pronouns are words that we use to replace a noun in a sentence to avoid repeating nouns too much. Here is an example. Instead of saying, I don't know where John is, do you know where John went? We can say, I don't know where John is, do you know where he went? He is a pronoun that we use to replace a singular male subject in a sentence. Pronouns can also be plural. The most common plural pronoun is they. Here is an example. Look at these sentences. I have been to both New York and Paris. New York and Paris are beautiful. Instead of saying this, we can say, I have been to both New York and Paris. They are beautiful. In the second sentence, we can use they, which is a plural pronoun, instead of repeating New York and Paris. Remember, the subject of a sentence is what the sentence is about, and the subject will either be a noun or a pronoun. So, what is the predicate? The predicate of the sentence tells us what the subject is doing. At the very least, a predicate must contain a verb. So every sentence needs a subject and a verb. Let's look at another example. The subject of the sentence is I, and the verb is went. Went is the past tense form of the verb to go. So the sentence pattern is subject plus verb plus complete predicate of the sentence is the verb plus the rest of the predicate. The rest of the predicate gives us more information about the sentence. He works at the bank. What is the complete predicate of this sentence? The complete predicate is works at the bank. The verb is works. What is the subject of this sentence? The subject of this sentence is he is a singular masculine pronoun. We use he to replace a singular masculine subject. If we are replacing a singular masculine object of the sentence, then we use the pronoun him, like this. I saw him yesterday. In this sentence, the subject is I, the verb is saw, which is the past tense form of the verb to see, and the object of the sentence is him. I is the subject, and saw him yesterday is the complete predicate. Let's look at another example. They bought a new house. The subject of the sentence is bought, which is the past tense form of the verb to buy. The complete predicate of the sentence, look at one last example. Pam starts school in August. The subject starts. The complete predicate of the sentence is starts school in August. Remember, the predicate might be simple. It might be just one verb. Or the predicate might have an object or other types of words in it that tell us more about the situation. Basic sentence structure is subject, then predicate. Usually, the verb will be at the beginning of the predicate, although it is possible for another word to come before the main verb. For example, an adverb can come before the verb in a sentence, like this. They happily ate dessert. The subject of the sentence is they, and the verb of the sentence is ate, which is the past tense form of the verb to eat. Happily is an adverb. An adverb is a word that describes a verb, adjective, or another adverb. Pronouns and adverbs modify verbs, adjectives, and other adverbs. The word modify means to change something. We call words that help change or give more meaning to other words modifiers. So, adverbs and adjectives are both modifiers. This has been a review of English sentence structure, which is also called syntax. In the next section, I will teach you about how to form questions in English. In the previous lecture, we reviewed basic English sentence structure, which is. So, what pattern do we use to form questions in English? In English, most questions can be made using this pattern. Question word plus helping verb plus subject plus main verb plus the rest of the predicate. Now I will explain to you the difference between main verbs and helping verbs. Main verb of the sentence is the most important verb. The main verb of the sentence is the verb that expresses the main action or state of being of the subject. A helping verb is a verb that comes before the main verb in a sentence. Helping verbs help give more meaning to the main verb of the sentence. The most common helping verbs are to be, to have, and to do. When these verbs are used before a main verb, they are being used as helping verbs. One of the main ways that helping verbs are used is to create tenses. Helping negative sentences. helping verbs are used is to show modality. Called modal verbs or modals. A modal is a type of helping verb that is used to express possibility, ability, permission, or obligation. The most common modal verbs in English are can, could, may, might, must, ought, will, would, shall, and need. Here is an example. The sentence, "I will pick you up tonight," is quite different from the sentence, "I can pick you up tonight." The modal verb will expresses certainty. So, in the sentence, "I can pick you up tonight," the speaker is expressing that they have the ability to pick the person up. It is similar to an offer. The person who is being addressed can either accept or reject. The person being addressed can say something like, "That would be great, thanks," or "It's okay, I'll drive myself." Here are a couple of things to note. The word I'll is a contraction of the words I and will. Also, it is common in English for people to say, "That's okay," as a way to refuse something. For example, if you say, "Would you like a glass of water?" and the person says, "That's okay," this means they do not want a glass of water. Now that we have reviewed main verbs and helping verbs, let's talk about question words. The most common English question words are who, what, when, where, why, and how. Let's talk about the meaning of these question words. What is a word that we use to ask for information. For example, what is your favorite song? When is a word that we use to ask, when are you going to go to the grocery store? Where is a word that we use. Where is Australia on the map? Who is a word that we use to ask or talk about a person or people. For example, who sent you those flowers? Why is a word that we use to ask or talk about the reason for something. For example, why do you want to learn English? How is a word that we use to ask or talk about the way that something happened. For example, how did you learn English? Let's look at some more examples. How did you hear? This question ends. This sentence follows the pattern question word plus helping verb plus subject plus main verb plus the rest of the predicate if necessary. Remember, not all sentences will have additional information after the main verb. Let's look at another example. Why do you want to work at this company? This question is in the question word in this sentence is why. The helping verb is do. The subject is you. The main verb of this sentence is want. And the rest of the predicate is made up of the prepositional phrase to work for this company. These words complete the meaning of the sentence. Let's look at a few more examples of question sentences. Example 1. Where did you go for lunch? The question word of this sentence is where. The helping verb is did. The subject is you, and the main verb is go. The rest of the predicate is for lunch. Example 2. When does the train arrive? The question word of this sentence is when. The helping verb of this sentence is does. The subject of this sentence is the train, and the verb of the sentence is arrive. Example 3. Why did you cancel your plans? The question word of this sentence is why. The helping verb of this sentence is did. The subject of this sentence is you. This sentence is cancel. The object of the sentence is. The object makes the predicate of the sentence. Your is a modifier of the word plans. The word your tells us whose plans we are talking about. In this case, it is the addressed in the sentence. Remember, the subject or object of the sentence can sometimes be made up of multiple words that give us more information. This has been a review of English question words. In the next lecture, I will review how to talk about the past in English. Let's talk about different types of sentences in English. In this section, I will teach you about simple sentences, compounds, and compound complex sentences. Let's start. Is a sentence that only has one single independent clause. An independent clause is a group of words that has a subject and a verb and makes sense on its own. Simple sentences can be very short. Here is an example of a very short, simple sentence. Trees grow is an independent clause. A subject, which is trees, and a predicate. In this case, the predicate is just the single verb This clause conveys a complete thought, so it can stand on its own. Remember, an independent clause makes sense on its own, and a dependent clause does not make sense on its own. Now let's talk about compound sentences. A compound sentence is a sentence that has two independent clauses that are combined with a coordinating conjunctions are words that are used to link together words, phrases, or clauses. I will teach you more about coordinating conjunctions later in this course. One of the most common coordinating conjunctions is the word and. The word and combines things that have a similar meaning. Is an example. I ate breakfast and went to the gym this morning. I ate breakfast is an independent clause. I went to the gym is also an independent clause. These can be two sentences on their own, however, with the word and. Let's review. When two independent clauses are combined, this is called a compound sentence. Now let's talk about complex sentences. A complex sentence is a sentence with more dependent clauses. Dependent clauses can be linked with either a subordinating conjunction or with a relative pronoun. Subordinating conjunctions are named that because they are used with subordinate clauses. A main can stand alone as its own sentence. Main clause is another way to say independent clause. A subordinate clause is a clause that has a subject and a verb but cannot stand alone as a sentence. The term subordinate clause is another name for a dependent clause. Subordinate clauses are linked to main clauses with subordinating conjunctions or relative pronouns. So, we can use subordinating conjunctions to link two clauses while also showing the relationship between them. The subordinating conjunction that you should use depends on what the relationship is between those clauses. I will teach you about subordination. For now, let's look at an example of one very common subordinating conjunction. One of the most common subordinating conjunctions in English is the word because. This subordinating conjunction is used to introduce an idea that explains the previous idea. Let's look at an example of how we can make a complex sentence using the subordinating conjunction because. I was late to work today because I missed the bus. In this sentence, there are two clauses, one independent clause and one dependent clause. The independent clause in this sentence is, I was late to work today. This clause makes sense on its own, so it is an independent clause. The dependent clause starts with the subordinating conjunction because. The dependent clause in this because I missed the bus. Because I missed the bus cannot be a sentence on its own because it is an explanation for the previous clause. It must be attached to the independent clause in order to make sense. Now let's talk about relative pronouns. A relative pronoun is a pronoun that is used to connect a relative clause. So, what is a relative clause? A relative clause is a type of dependent clause which helps to clarify what the independent clause is talking about. Let's look at the most frequently used relative pronouns. The most frequently used relative pronouns are that, which. These words are used to clarify the meaning of the independent clause. Let's look at an example of how a relative pronoun can be used to create a complex sentence. Example: I wish I had known that you needed someone to pick you up. This is an example of a complex sentence where the independent clause and the dependent clause are combined with the relative pronoun that. The independent clause in this sentence is I wish I clause in this sentence is that you needed someone to pick you up. Because the dependent clause starts with a relative pronoun, this dependent clause is a relative clause. Relative clause in this sentence clarifies what the speaker of the sentence wished that they had known. Lastly, let's talk about compound complex sentences. A compound complex sentence is a sentence that contains two or more independent clauses and one or more dependent clauses that are joined together by conjunctions or semicolons. We left the house early because we wanted to party. As you can see in this example, the first part of the sentence is an independent clause. The independent clause is, we left the house. This independent clause is connected to a dependent clause with the conjunction because. The dependent clause that is connected to the independent clause with is the clause because we wanted to avoid traffic. The next clause joins the other two clauses with the less. The last clause is, nevertheless, we were late to the party. This last clause, just like the first clause in the sentence. Let's talk about subject-verb agreement. Subject-verb agreement is a grammar rule that says that subjects and verbs must agree with each other in number. This means that if the subject is plural, then the verb must also be plural. Countable nouns can be matched with either singular or plural verbs. However, uncountable nouns are always matched with singular verbs. Let's review singular and plural verbs to help you understand. Do you remember how we pluralize nouns? Most of the time, we add an S to the end of a noun to make it plural, and we remove an S at the end of a noun to make it singular, like this. Boy is singular. Boys is plural. With verbs, the rule is the opposite when we are using the present tense. To make a verb match with a singular noun, we add an S. If the verb is used with a plural noun, there should be no S at the end of it. Here is an example. The boy plays soccer every day. If we used a pronoun in this sentence, it would be he plays soccer every day. If the subject of this sentence was plural, then it would look like this. The boys play soccer every day. With a pronoun, the sentence would be they play soccer every day. Remember, this rule is for when we are using verb tense. In the past tense, these sentences would be he played soccer every day. Played soccer every day. In the future tense, these sentences would be he will play soccer every day, or they will play soccer every day. Now that we have reviewed singular and plural verbs, let's talk about the rule I mentioned before about countable and uncountable. Countable nouns can be matched with singular or plural verbs. However, uncountable nouns are always matched with singular verbs. Let's noun. Therefore, this noun can be used with singular and plural verbs. For example, an egg takes 6 minutes to boil. Eggs take 6 minutes to boil. As you can see, we can use plural and singular verbs with the word egg because it is a countable noun. It just depends on whether we use the singular or plural form of the word egg. However, with uncountable nouns, we can only use singular verbs. A singular verb has an S at the end of it. We can say, rice takes 20 minutes to cook, but it would be incorrect to cook. Let's look at a couple of examples. Butter is an uncountable noun. Here is a sentence with the word butter. It is correct to say, butter melts quickly. Sugar is an uncountable noun. Here is a sentence with the word sugar. It is correct to say, sugar tastes sweet. It is incorrect to say, sugar tastes sweet. An easy way to remember this rule is that usually either the subject or the verb will end with an S, not both. In this section, I will talk more about sentence predicates, and I will also teach you about the 5 main English sentence patterns. Let's talk about grammatical objects. A grammatical object is a word or group of words that completes the meaning of the verb or preposition in a sentence, a noun or a pronoun. The object receives the action of the verb. The subject performs the action of the verb. Let's review. The subject usually comes before the predicate. The object is part of the predicate. Let me show you an example of a sentence that has an object in the predicate. The cat ate a fish. This sentence has an object in it. Know what the object in this sentence is? The object of the sentence is a fish. In the sentence, a fish is what was eaten. Therefore, it received the action of the verb. There are 2 main types of grammatical objects that you will find in sentences: direct objects and indirect objects. Let's review these 2 different types of objects. A direct object receives the action of the verb directly. You can find the direct object by asking yourself or whom after the verb in the sentence. Let's look at some examples. Example 1. Mary loves cats. To find the direct object in this sentence, we can ask Mary loves what? Or Mary loves who? The answer to this question is cats. So, cats is the direct object in the sentence. Mary is the subject, loves is the verb, and cats is the direct object. Example 2. The restaurant served many the subject. Served is the verb. Many people for lunch, which is a noun phrase, is the direct object. Example 3. She bought a beautiful new dress. She is the subject, bought is the verb, and a beautiful new dress, which is a noun phrase, is the direct object of the sentence. Now you know that the direct object receives the action of the verb. In contrast, an indirect object is the noun, pronoun, or noun phrase that is affected by the action rather than receiving the action directly from the verb. Usually, an indirect object comes after a preposition. You can find the indirect object of a sentence by asking the questions at whom, to whom, for whom, or from whom. Remember, not all sentences contain a direct object. It is also important to know that many sentences do not have an indirect object. A sentence with a direct object in it may or may not have an indirect object. A sentence must have a direct object in it in order to have an indirect object. Sentences with indirect objects in them. Remember, we can find the indirect object by asking the question at whom, to whom, for whom, or from whom. Here is an example. He gave her a birthday present. In this sentence, he is the subject, gave is the verb, birthday present is the direct object, and her is the indirect object. Birthday present is the direct object because it is the part of the sentence that directly receives the action of the verb. You can also find the indirect object by looking for it between the verb and the direct object. As you can see, her is between the verb gave and the indirect object, a birthday present. Another example. Try to identify the subject, verb, direct object, and indirect object in this sentence. John's boss gave him a promotion. You should note that John's boss is a noun phrase, so this pair of words functions as one noun. The subject of this sentence is the noun phrase John's boss. The verb is gave. What did John's boss give? To him. So the direct object of the sentence is a promotion, and the indirect object in this sentence is him. Now that we have reviewed direct objects and indirect objects, let's look at common English sentence patterns so that you will be more English sentence patterns. Subject plus verb, subject plus verb plus object, subject plus verb plus adjective, subject plus verb plus adverb, subject plus verb plus noun. Let's look at some examples of these different sentence patterns. Sentence pattern 1, subject plus verb. Sentences that follow the subject plus verb sentence pattern look like this. Example 1. The dog ran. The dog is the subject. Ran is the verb. Example 2. She laughed. She is the subject. Laughed. Example 3. He smiled. He is the. Example 4. Pronoun they is the subject. Played is the verb. 5. The bird flew. The bird is the subject. Flew is the verb. Sentences that follow the subject plus verb plus object sentence pattern look like this. Example 1. She loves shopping. She is the subject. Loves is the verb. Shopping is the object of the sentence. Example subject. Likes is the verb. Exercising is the object of the sentence. Example 3. They cooked dinner. The pronoun they is the subject. Cook dinner is the object of the sentence. Example 4. John bought a car. John is the subject. Bought is the verb. A car is the object of the sentence. Example 5. They rode the train. The pronoun they is the subject. Rode is the verb. The train is the object of the sentence. Sentence pattern 3. Subject plus verb plus adjective. Sentences that follow the subject plus verb plus adjective sentence pattern. Example 1. The dress is beautiful. The dress is the subject. Is the verb. Beautiful is an adjective. Example 2. The grass is green. The grass is the subject. Is the verb. Green is an adjective. Example 3. I am busy. I is the subject. Verb. Busy is an adjective. Example 4. Subject. Is the verb. Funny is an adjective. Example 5. John was surprised. John is the subject. Was is the verb. Surprised is an adjective. Sentence pattern 4. Subject plus verb plus adverb. Sentences that follow the subject plus verb plus adverb sentence pattern look like this. Example 1. The dog barked loudly. The dog is the subject. Barked is the verb. Loudly is an adverb. Example 2. The bird sang beautifully. The bird is the subject. Sang is the verb. Beautifully is an adverb. I cleaned already. I is the subject. Cleaned is the verb. Already is an adverb. Example 4. He arrived late. He is the verb. Late is an adverb. Example 5. She travels often. She is the subject. Travels is the verb. Often is an adverb. Sentence pattern 5. Subject plus verb plus noun. Sentences that follow the subject plus verb plus noun sentence pattern look like this. Example 1. He is an actor. He is the subject. Is the verb. An actor is a noun phrase. Example 2. She is a verb. A mother is a noun phrase. Example 3. They are friends. They is the subject. Are is the verb. Friends is a noun. Example 4. This dog is the verb. My pet is a noun phrase. Example 5. That is my wallet. That is the subject. Is the verb. My wallet is a noun phrase. In this lesson, I will teach you about nouns. A noun is a word that names a person, place, or thing. Words doctor, beach, and cup are all nouns. You should also know that there are different types of nouns. Doctor, beach, and cup are all singular nouns. Each of these words refers to one person, place, or thing. Opposite of a singular noun is a plural noun. A plural noun refers to one or more person, place, or thing. Most of the time, you must add an S or an ES to the end of a noun to make it plural. Let's see how we can make each of these words plural. Doctor, doctors. Beach, beaches. Cup, cups. As you can see, we add an ES to the end of the word beaches to make it plural. This is because the word is with a CH. For the words cup and doctor, we just add an S to make them plural. Now let's talk about countable and uncountable nouns. Nouns can either be countable or uncountable. Doctor, beach, and cup are all countable nouns. If a noun is countable, that means that we can count how many there are. For example, we can say there is one doctor, or there are two doctors, or 3 doctors, and so on. The word beach is also countable. We can say there is one beach, there are 2 beaches, there are 3 beaches, and so on. And with the word cup, we can say 1 cup, 2 cups, 3 cups, and so on. Now, what about uncountable nouns? Can you think of a noun that cannot be counted? Here are 2 examples of nouns that cannot be counted: rice and water. One piece of rice is called a grain of rice. Grains of rice are so small that we do not count them, so rice is an uncountable noun. We also do not count drops of water. It is almost impossible. So, water is also an uncountable noun. Here is an important rule about uncountable nouns. Uncountable nouns cannot be correct to say, I would like 3 rices. Instead, you can use a quantifier. A quantifier is a word that gives us the general idea of an amount of something. The word some is a quantifier. So you can say, I would like some rice. If you are making a negative sentence, then you can use the quantifier any for uncountable nouns, like this. I do not want any rice. Here is another option. The word bowl is a countable noun, so you can say, or I would like 2 bowls of rice. So far, we have talked about singular nouns, plural nouns, countable nouns, and uncountable nouns. Now I will talk to you about abstract and concrete nouns. A concrete noun is a noun that names a physical person, place, or thing. An abstract noun names something that is not physical, and happiness are 2 examples of abstract nouns. What about, are these abstract nouns or are they concrete nouns? What do you think? Well, the answer is they are concrete nouns, see and touch. Most abstract nouns are uncountable. Some examples of uncountable abstract nouns are music, relaxation, and peace. So, for example, it would be musics today. Instead, you can use quantifiers to talk about music. For example, you can say, I listened to some new music today. Or, you can also be more specific and use the word instead of the word music. For example, you can say, I listened to 3 new songs today. Song is a countable noun, so we can be specific about the number and we can make the word plural. Now, although most abstract nouns are uncountable, there are some that can be counted. Here are some examples of abstract nouns that can be counted. Dream, idea, fear, and goal are all abstract nouns that can be counted. You cannot touch or see an idea. However, you can still say, I have 2 great ideas. Here are some examples of how we can use abstract nouns that are countable. Example 1. Example 2. I have 5 goals that I want to accomplish this year. Example 3. Spiders and heights are my 2 biggest fears. Let's review. When you learn a new noun, it is good to try to understand the noun better by learning whether it is a concrete or abstract noun and whether it is countable or uncountable. You are almost done learning about nouns. We will now talk about a few more types of nouns. A person, place, or thing. These types of nouns must be capitalized. Common nouns name a non-specific person, place, or thing, and we do not capitalize them. So, are the words doctor, beach, and cup proper nouns, or are they common nouns? The answer is they are common nouns. Let's look at some examples. Example 1. A proper noun that refers to a person could be Dr. Smith instead of just the word doctor. Example 2. If we are talking about a specific beach, the name of it would be a proper noun, such as Santa Monica Beach. The word beach is a common noun. Santa Monica Beach is a proper noun. As you can see, when a noun is a proper noun, we must use capital letters. Now let's talk about noun phrases. A noun phrase can function as one noun. The noun phrase is made up of the main noun, and here is an example of a noun phrase. Chocolate cake with sprinkles on top. Try to think of a sentence that you can make with this noun phrase using the sentence pattern subject, verb, noun. Here is one possible sentence. Cake with sprinkles on top. You can see in this sentence that chocolate cake with sprinkles on top functions as one single noun, even though it is made up of many words. In this sentence, I is the subject, love is the verb, and chocolate cake with sprinkles on top is a noun phrase that functions as a single noun. We can also use chocolate cake with sprinkles on top as the subject with the same sentence pattern, subject, verb, noun. Here is my example. Chocolate cake with sprinkles on top is my favorite food. In this sentence, chocolate cake with sprinkles on top is the subject of the sentence. Is the verb of the sentence, and my favorite food is another noun phrase. Adjectives. An adjective is a word that describes nouns or pronouns. For example, beautiful, kind, and American can all be used as adjectives because they can be used to describe nouns or pronouns. Here is an example. The sky is blue. In this sentence, the word blue is used to describe the sky. In the sentence, blue is my favorite color, the word blue is not being used to describe something. Instead, it is being used as a noun. Most of the time, an adjective should either be placed before a noun or after a verb. Look at this sentence. The cute puppy wagged its fluffy tail. In this sentence, cute is an adjective and it comes right before the word puppy. There is also another adjective in this sentence, which is the word fluffy. The word cute describes the noun puppy and the word fluff tail. These are examples of adjectives being placed before nouns. The second common way that adjectives are used is after a verb. Let's look at an example. In this sentence, the adjective blue comes right after the verb. Blue describes the subject of the sentence, the sky. Here is another example of this type of adjective. Food smells delicious. What is the subject of this sentence? The subject of this sentence is the food. Delicious is used to describe the food. Let's look at an example of how an adjective that comes after the verb can be used to describe the object of the sentence. The rain turned the grass green. The subject of this sentence is the rain. The verb of the sentence is turned, and the object of the sentence is the grass. So, in this sentence, the word green does not come before a noun. It comes after the verb in the sentence, being the object of the sentence. Let's go. The cute puppy wagged its fluffy tail. In this sentence, the adjectives cute and fluffy come before nouns. They simply give us more information about the nouns that they precede. It is okay for us to remove these adjectives from the sentence because the sentence will still make sense. If we took these words out of the sentence, the A preposition is a word that comes before a noun, pronoun, or noun phrase to help describe a specific relationship to the rest of the clause. Prepositions are usually small words, but they connect words. Here are some examples of prepositions: on, in, of, by, for. Prepositions are used to express direction, spatial relationships, or to introduce an object. Here are some examples. Example 1. The book is on the table. In this sentence, the word on connects the words in the sentence, the book, in relation to the table. Example 2. He sat by the is a preposition that means close to or near. As you can see, the preposition by connects the subject of the sentence he and the verb of the sentence sat with the object of the sentence, which is the river. Not only does by connect these words, it also expresses how the other words in the sentence are related. Prepositions are very important for creating sentences. They are used in sentences to do the following things: to link words together in a sentence, and to show the relationship between a noun and other words in the sentence. There are several different types of prepositions that are used to show different relationships. The main 3 types of prepositions are prepositions of time, prepositions of place, and prepositions of direction. Prepositions of time are prepositions. Most common prepositions of time are on, in, and examples. Example 1. I am going to see my friend on Saturday. Example 2. I will be finished with my school semester in 1 week. Example 3. I have an appointment at 5 p.m. Prepositions of place are prepositions that show where. The most common prepositions of place are in, at, on, under, above, and between. Let's look at some examples. The dog is in the yard. The dog is at the park. The boat is under the bridge. The television is above the fire. The hot sauce is between the salt and pepper. Prepositions of direction are Some of the most common prepositions of direction are to, into, onto, of. She went to the store. She went into the store. He went onto the stage. She came home from work. Flowers grow along the river. Now let's talk about prepositional phrases. A prepositional phrase is a group of words that starts with a preposition and includes the object of the preposition. The object of the preposition is the noun, pronoun, or noun phrase that is being referenced by the preposition. Here are some examples of how prepositional phrases can be used in sentences. Example 1. She sat by the river. In this sentence, the prepositional phrase is by the river. The preposition is the word by, and the action is the river. Example 2. They hiked up the side of the mountain. In this, the prepositional phrase is up the side of the mountain. The preposition in this phrase is the word up. The object of the preposition is the side of the mountain. The side of the mountain is a noun phrase, so it functions as a single noun. Example 3. The dog swam to the edge of the pool. In this sentence, the prepositional phrase is to the edge of the pool. The preposition in this phrase is the word to. The object of the preposition is the noun phrase, the edge of the pool. I am now going to teach you about conjunctions. Conjunctions are words that are used to connect words, phrases, and clauses. There are 3 types of conjunctions: coordinating conjunctions, correlative conjunctions, and subordinating conjunctions. Let's talk a little bit more about each of these types of conjunctions. We will start with coordinating conjunctions. Coordinating conjunctions are the most common type of conjunction. You can use coordinating conjunctions to join words, phrases, or independent clauses. There are 7 coordinating conjunctions in English: for, and, nor, but, or, yet, so. You can remember these 7 conjunctions with the acronym FANBOYS. An acronym is an abbreviation word created with each of the first letters of a set of words. I will review all of these conjunctions in this lecture. However, I would like to let you know that the most commonly used of these 7 conjunctions are and, but, or, and so. Let's begin with the F in fanboys, which is the word for. Coordinating conjunction 1, for. For is a word that can be used in many ways. When used as a preposition, for is used to show the relationship between words, such as in this example. John bought a gift for Mary. In this sentence, for is being used as a preposition that shows who is intended to receive something. However, when the word for is used as a conjunction, It is used to give an explanation for something. In this sentence, feeling well, the thing that happened is Mary stayed home. And the word for comes before the explanation of why she stayed home. The explanation is she was not feeling well. Here are some examples of how you can use the conjunction for in a sentence. I didn't go outside today for it was raining. I thanked them for they were very kind to me. I went today for it was cold outside. In all of these examples, each sentence has two independent clauses. For is typically used only to join two independent clauses, where the second clause is the explanation for the first clause. It is worth noting that using the word for as a conjunction is considered quite formal. In the US, most of the time when we hear someone using for as a conjunction, it is in older or historical movies and TV shows. Coordinating conjunction 2, and. The conjunction and is used to add two things together, and can be used to join words, phrases, or independent clauses. Here are some examples. Mary and Emma are sisters. In this sentence, and is used to join Mary and Emma to help say that together they are sisters. Here is another example of a sentence that uses the conjunction and. I now pronounce you. We can also use and to turn two sentences into one sentence. Here is an example. Mary is in high school. Emma is in high school. We are saying the same thing about both of them. So we can combine the sentence like this. Mary and Emma are in high school. The conjunction and can also be used as a conjunction before the last word when you are talking about items in a list. Here is an example. John, what do you need from the grocery store? Mary, I need meat, potatoes, apples, and juice. As you can see, and is used as a conjunction to link words, phrases, or independent clauses that have similar importance. Coordinating conjunction 3, nor. Nor is a conjunction that connects two clauses. Nor is used to introduce a second negative idea after a negative idea has already been said. Here are some examples. Example: healthy, nor do I like exercising. 2. I do not smoke cigarettes, nor do I drink alcohol. Example 3. I have not bought groceries nor started dinner yet. As you can see, in all of these sentences, there is first a negative statement, and an additional negative statement can be added using the conjunction nor. Coordinating conjunction 4, but. The conjunction but is used to show contrast. The word contrast refers to the differences between things, but can be used to join together an independent clause with another independent clause, or to join together an independent clause with a phrase. Here is an example. It is cold but beautiful outside. Usually, people don't like the cold. However, people like beautiful things. So this sentence is expressing two things that seem opposite of one another and is linking them together with the conjunction but. Let's look at a few more examples. Example 1. I want to go outside. It is raining. These sentences can be combined with the conjunction but like this. But it is raining. In this sentence, this to go outside, but it is raining. When the speaker says, but it is raining, they are implying that they will probably not go outside because of the rain. As you can see, these are two contrasting ideas that are linked to the word but. Example 2. I hate exercising, but I love getting stronger. In this sentence, you can see that the speaker is expressing two contrasting ideas. The idea that they hate exercising and also the idea that they love getting stronger. Coordinating conjunction 5, or. The conjunction or is used to state multiple choices or options. Or can also be used to express the consequences of something. Here is an example. Would you like coffee or tea? In this sentence, or is used to link together the two options, coffee and tea. Example of how or can be used to show consequence. Fail the test. This sentence suggests that if the speaker does not study more, the consequence might be that they fail the test. Coordinating conjunction 6, yet. Yet is a conjunction that is very similar to but. They are usually interchangeable. In English, we try to avoid repeating words too much, especially when writing an essay or speech. So we can use the conjunction yet instead of but if we want to avoid repeating. Remember, just like the conjunction but, yet is used to show contrast between the two words or clauses that it is linking. Here are some examples of sentences that use the conjunction yet. Example 1. She is mad at me, yet she still wants to spend time with me. Example 2. It is cold yet sunny today. Example 3. He was tired, yet he continued to study. As you can see, in all of these sentences, yet is being used to link together two ideas that are quite different. Together, these ideas express what the situation is. You should know that yet is commonly used in a different way as an adverb. When the word yet is not being used as a conjunction to link two things together, it is being used as an adverb. Remember, an adverb is a word that modifies a verb, adjective, or another adverb. When used as an adverb, yet modifies a verb to indicate timing. The adverb yet is commonly used in negative sentences and questions. Examples. Taken the test yet. How is I have not taken the test different from I have not taken the test yet? When you say I have not taken the test yet, the word yet implies that you will take the test at some point in the future. Example 2. I have not organized my room yet. In this sentence, yet implies that the speaker will organize their room at some point in the future, but so far they have not done it. Example 3. I have not had lunch yet. This sentence implies that the speaker will have lunch today, but so far they have not. See, yet is used to specify timing when it is used as an adverb. When used to link words or clauses, yet is a conjunction. Coordinating conjunction 7. So. Conjunction so is often used to show the result of something. Do not get so confused with for. For is used to convey why something happened. So is used to show the result of something. Two independent clauses. For example, Mary missed the to work. In this sentence, so is used to link the thing that happened, which is that Mary missed the bus, to the she was late to work. Here is another example. I ate dinner already, so I am not hungry. As you can see, I ate dinner already and I am not hungry are both independent clauses because they can each function on their own as be combined with so because the second independent clause expresses the result of the first independent clause. Now let's talk about correlative conjunctions. Correlative conjunctions are pairs or sets of conjunctions that are always used together. Correlative conjunctions can only be used to join two things together. Correlative conjunctions are similar to coordinating conjunctions because they help to combine things that, however, correlative conjunctions are different from coordinating conjunctions because they are pairs of words that work together. In this lesson, I will teach you about these 5 commonly used correlative conjunctions: both, and, either, or, whether, or, as, rather, than. Correlative conjunction 1. Both and. When we use both and together as a correlative conjunction in a sentence, we use them to emphasize two things that are true in a sentence. Let's look at some examples. Example 1. She is both beautiful and smart. Example 2. It is both hot and dry today. Example 3. I am both excited and nervous. Correlative conjunction 2. Either or. When we use either and or together as a correlative conjunction in a sentence, we use them to emphasize two choices in the sentence. Let's look at some examples. Example 1. You can either decide now or later. Example 2. I can schedule your appointment at either 10 a.m. or 3 p.m. Example 3. He will either walk to school or take the bus. Correlative conjunction 3. Whether or. When we use whether and or together as a correlative conjunction in a sentence, we use them to convey a feeling of doubt about two options in the sentence. Let's look at some examples. Example 1. I don't know whether we should eat dinner at home or go out to eat. Example 2. I am not sure whether to have a big wedding or a small wedding. Example 3. Drive to work or take the train. Correlative conjunction 4. As, together as a correlative conjunction in a sentence, we use them to compare or contrast two things in the sentence. Let's look at some examples. Example 1. John is just as strong as Bill. Example 2. Cooking is not as easy as you think it is. Example 3. A turtle is not as fast as a cheetah. Correlative conjunction 5. Rather than. When we use rather and than together as a correlative conjunction in a sentence, we use them to show preference for one thing in the sentence. Let's look at some examples. I would rather cook at home tonight than go to a restaurant. Example 2. Amy would rather travel than stay home during her summer break. Example 3. They would rather meet us for dinner than lunch. As you can see from this review of 5 common correlative conjunctions, correlative conjunctions are words that are used together as a pair to combine two things and convey a specific meaning. Subordinating conjunctions. Let's talk about subordinating conjunctions. Subordinating conjunctions because they are used with subordinate clauses. A main clause is a clause that has a subject and a predicate and can stand alone as its own sentence. Main clauses are also called independent clauses. A subordinate clause is a clause that has a subject and a verb, but cannot stand alone as a sentence. Clauses are linked to main clauses with subordinating conjunctions. So we can use subordinating the relationship between them. The subordinate conjunction that you should use depends on what the relationship is between those clauses. Here are some different conjunctions can be used to show. Subordinating conjunctions can be used to convey the cause of something. Subordinating conjunctions can be used to show contrast between clauses. Subordinating conjunctions can be used to show concessions between clauses. Subordinating conjunctions can be used to talk about a hypothetical situation. Subordinating conjunctions can be used to convey place. Subordinating conjunctions can be used to convey the reason for something. Subordinating conjunctions can be used to talk about the timing of when something happened. Let's talk about how to use subordinating conjunctions to convey the cause of something. Here are two common subordinating conjunctions that are used to convey the cause of something. Because, so. Example 1. The event was canceled because of the rain. Example 2. I left early so I wouldn't get stuck in traffic. Now let's talk about how to use subordinating conjunctions to show contrast between clauses. Here is a common subordinating conjunction that is used to convey contrast between clauses. Whereas, example, Amy loves black coffee, whereas Mary thinks it's too bitter. Now let's talk about how to use subordinating conjunctions to show concessions between clauses. Here are two common subordinating conjunctions that are used to show concessions between clauses. Though, even though. Example 1. It was a warm night, though I still wore my jacket. Example 2. We had a wonderful night even though it rained. Now let's talk about how to use subordinating conjunctions to talk about hypothetical situations. Here are several subordinating conjunctions that can be used to talk about hypothetical situations. Even if, as long as, in case, provided that. Example 1. I won't be discouraged even if I don't pass the test the first time. Example 2. Call me if you need someone to pick you up from the airport. Example 3. I will be satisfied as long as I get at least an 85% on the test. Example 4. You should bring an umbrella in case it rains. Example 5. We can still get there on time provided that the traffic isn't too bad. Now let's talk about how to use subordinating conjunction to convey place. Here are two subordinating conjunctions that are used to convey place. Where, wherever. Example 1. He took me to the restaurant where we went for our first date. Example 2. The puppy followed him wherever he went. Now let's talk about how to use subordinating conjunctions to convey the reason for something. Here are two subordinating conjunctions that can be used to convey the reason for something. So that, so. Example 1. I opened the windows so that the room could cool off. Example 2. I always wake up early so I don't miss the bus. Now let's needing conjunctions to talk about the timing of when something happened. Here are 5 subordinating conjunctions that can be used to happen: before, when, after, until, whenever. Example 1. I always drink plenty of water before going for a jog. Example 2. I like to read when I'm waiting for the bus. Example 3. We are going to a restaurant after the movie ends. Example 4. You can't leave the parking lot until you get your parking pass validated. Example 5. I like to volunteer whenever I have some free time. Now let's talk about the past continuous. You should use the past continuous tense progress at a certain time in the past. Here is the formula that we use to make a sentence in the past continuous tense. Subject plus was or were plus the present. Now I will take a moment to explain to you what the present participle of a verb is and what the past participle of a verb is. The present participles of verbs are used to create the made by using the base form of the verb and adding ing. Here are some examples. Enjoying. They had been enjoying their trip. Talking. They had been talking all night. Crying. She had been crying all morning. The past participles of verbs are used to create the perfect tenses. Most past participles are made by using the base form of the verb and adding ed. Here are some examples. Enjoyed. They enjoyed eating lunch in the park. Talked. They talked on the phone all night. cried. She cried all morning. Present participles always end in ing. However, not all past participles end in ed. Some past participles have a different ending. For example, the past participle of eat is not eated. It is actually the word eaten, such as in this sentence. I had already eaten lunch. Past participles that do not follow the pattern of being formed with an ed at the end are called irregular past participles. As you gain more vocabulary in English, which verbs have irregular past participles. Now let's look at some examples of sentences that are in the past continuous tense. Remember, the formula for the past continuous tense is subject plus was or were plus the present participle of the main verb plus the rest of the predicate. Example 1. I was washing the dishes when you called. The subject of the sentence is I. Because I is singular, we use the helping verb was followed by the present participle of the verb to wash, which is washing. The object of the sentence is the dishes. The dishes were being washed. When you called is an example of an adverbial phrase. This phrase gives us more information about the timing of the situation. Example 2. They were playing all morning. The subject of the sentence is they. Pronoun, so we use the helping verb were followed by the present participle of the verb to play, which is playing. There is no object in this sentence. The phrase all morning is an adverbial phrase that expresses the timing of the situation. Example 3. He was working late last night. The subject of the sentence is he. He is a singular subject, so we use the helping verb was followed by the present participle of the verb to work. This sentence does not have an object. Late last night is an adverbial phrase that helps complete the meaning of the sentence. Let's talk about the words was and were. The words was and were are the past tense forms of the verb to be. We use was when the subject is singular. This means that if the subject is I, he, she, or it, we use was, like this. I was sleeping. He was sleeping. She was sleeping. It was sleeping. We use the word were if the subject is plural or in the second person. This means that if the subject is you, they, or we use the word were like this. You were sleeping. We were sleeping. They were sleeping. Now let's talk about how to make question sentences in the past continuous tense. To make a question sentence in the past continuous tense, you must invert the subject with the verb. Let's look at an example. Here is he was sleeping. Here is how to turn that affirmative sentence into a question. Was he sleeping? As you can see, I simply switched the subject with mark at the end. You should use the past perfect tense when you want to express the idea that something happened before another action. Here is the formula that you must use to create sentences in the past perfect tense. Subject plus had plus the past participle of the verb plus the rest of the predicate. Remember, past participles look like this: played, danced, worked. Here are examples of sentences that are in the past perfect. Example 1. I had played outside all day before the rain started. The subject of this sentence is I. After I comes the helping verb had. After the helping verb had comes the past participle of the main verb, which is played. The words outside all day before the rain started make up the rest of the complete. Example 2. He had danced with her all night before the party ended. The subject of this sentence is he. Helping verb had. After the helping verb had comes the past participle of the main verb. All of the words after danced make up the rest of the predicate. They had worked hard to finish the project on time. The subject of this sentence is they. After the subject comes the helping verb had. After the helping verb had comes the past participle of the main verb. The rest of the predicate is hard to finish the project on time. Now that I have talked about how to make affirmative sentences in the past perfect tense, let's talk about how to make question sentences in the past perfect tense. To make a question sentence in the past perfect tense, you must use the helping verb had before the subject, followed by the past participle of the main verb. We often use the word ever when asking a question in the past perfect tense to emphasize whether or not something has been the case at any point in the past. Let's look at some examples. Example 1. Before you graduated, had you ever considered studying abroad? This sentence begins with an adverbial phrase to express time. The adverbial phrase in this sentence graduated. After this adverbial phrase comes the main part of this sentence starts with the helping verb had followed by the subject of the sentence, which is you. After the subject of the sentence comes the word ever. Before the main verb and after the subject, we put the word ever. The main verb of the sentence is considered, which is the past participle of the verb to consider. Studying of the sentence. Example 2. Had they met before working together? The first word of after the helping verb had comes the subject of the sentence, which is they. They is followed by the main verb of the sentence, met. Before working together is an adverbial phrase that expresses timing. Example 3. Already when you joined the team? The first word of this had. The helping verb had is followed by the subject of the sentence, which is they. The main verb of the sentence is finished. Finished is the main verb is followed by the object of the sentence, which is the project. The words already when you joined the team make up an adverbial phrase. Adverbial phrase make up the rest of the predicate of the sentence. You should use the present perfect continuous tense to talk about something that began at a non-specific time in the past, the present. Here is the formula that you must use to create sentences in the present perfect continuous tense. Been plus the present participle of the main verb plus the rest of the predicate. As you can see in this formula, you will either have to use the helping verb has or have to make a sentence in the present perfect continuous tense. This is very similar to what we just reviewed in the lecture about the present third person singular. Then you must use the word has. Otherwise, you must use the word have. Let's look at some examples. I have been living in Miami for 2 years. We have been living in Miami for 2 years. You have been years. She has been living in Miami for 2 years. Living in Miami for 2 years. Amy has been living in Miami for 2 years. They have been living in Miami for 2 years. As you can see from these examples, when the subject is in the third person singular, you must use has before the word been. If the subject is not in the third person singular, you must use the word have before the word been. Let's take a closer look at this sentence. I have been living in Miami for 2 years. The subject of this sentence is I. The subject is followed by the helping verbs have been. After the helping verbs, we add the present participle of the main verb of the sentence. The main verb in this sentence is living. Living is the present participle of the verb to live. The prepositional phrase "in Miami for 2 years" makes up the rest of the. As you can see from this example, the present perfect continuous is often used to tell someone how long you have been doing something. Let's see more examples. I have been going to the gym a lot lately. I have been attending medical school for 2 years. I have been learning English for 6 months. Let's review. The formula to make a sentence in the present perfect continuous tense is subject plus have or has been plus the present participle of the main predicate. Present perfect continuous tense is used to talk about something that began at a non-specific time in the past and is still happening now. Now that we have reviewed how to make sentences in the present perfect continuous tense, let's talk about how to make question sentences in the present perfect continuous tense. To make a question sentence in the present perfect continuous tense, subject of the sentence with the helping verb have or has. Let's look at some examples. Example 1. The affirmative sentence, "She has been attending school since August," can be changed to the question sentence, "Has she been?" Example 2. The affirmative sentence, "they," can be changed to the question sentence, "Have they been practicing together?" Example 3. The affirmative sentence, "John has been working here since January," can be changed to the question sentence, "Has John been working here since January?" Let's talk about how to make negative sentences in the past simple tense. The formula for a sentence in the past simple tense is subject plus the past tense form of the verb plus the rest of the predicate. To make a negative sentence in the past simple tense, we use the helping verb did and the word not. Did is the past tense form of the verb to do. Because the helping verb did already indicates that the sentence is in the past tense, we use the present tense form of the main verb when making a negative sentence in the past simple tense. Let's look at some examples. Example 1. Here is a positive sentence that is in the past simple tense. I ate dinner. To make this sentence into a negative sentence, we must use the words did not after the subject, followed by the present tense form of the verb. The verb in this sentence is ate. The present tense form of ate is eat. So the negative version of this sentence would be I did not eat. Example 2. Here is a positive sentence that is in the past simple tense. He bought a car. To make this positive sentence into a negative sentence, we must add the words did not after the subject of the sentence, and then we must use the present tense form of the verb bought. The present tense form of the word bought is buy. So the negative version of this sentence would be he did not buy a car. Example 3. We saw a movie. To make this positive sentence into a negative sentence, we must add the words did not after the subject, and we must use the present tense form of the verb saw. The present tense form of the verb saw is see. So the negative version of this sentence would be we did not see a movie. Now let's talk about how to make negative sentences in the past continuous tense. Here is the formula to make a positive sentence in the past continuous tense. Subject plus was or were plus the of the predicate. If the subject is singular, then you must use the helping verb was. If the subject is plural, then you must use the helping verb were. To make a negative sentence in the past after the helping verb was or were. Let's look at some examples. Example 1. Here is a positive sentence that is in the past continuous tense. I was cleaning the house when you called me. The subject must use the helping verb was. To make this sentence into a negative sentence, we must simply put the word not between the helping verb was and the main verb cleaning. The negative I was not cleaning the house. Here is a positive sentence in the past continuous tense. The dogs were playing all morning until lunchtime. In this example, the dogs. This subject is a plural subject, so we must use the helping verb were. To turn this positive sentence into a negative sentence, we must put the word not between the helping verb were and the present participle of the main verb, which is playing. The negative version of this sentence would be until lunchtime. Example 3. Here is a positive sentence that is in the past continuous tense. At 6 p.m., we were eating dinner. In this example, the subject of the sentence is we. This is a plural subject with a helping verb were. To turn this positive sentence into a negative sentence, we must put the word not between the helping verb eating. The negative would be p.m. we were not eating dinner. Now let's talk about how to make negative sentences in the past perfect tense. The formula to make a positive sentence in the past perfect tense is subject plus had plus the past participle of the main verb plus the rest of the predicate. In most cases, to make a negative sentence in the past perfect tense, we must add either the word not or the word never after the helping verb had. Let's look at some examples. Example 1. Here is a positive sentence that is in the past perfect tense. She had left before me. To turn this positive sentence into a negative sentence or never. To turn this positive sentence into a negative sentence using the word not, we would put the word not between the helping verb had and the past participle left, like this. She had not left before me. If we used the word never in this sentence, then the sentence would be, she had never left. Example 2. Here is a positive sentence that is in the past before it closed. To turn this positive sentence into a negative sentence, we have the main verb, which is gotten. Gotten is the past participle of the verb to get. The negative version of this sentence would be, I had not gotten to the store before it closed. Example 3 is in the past perfect tense. They could have before the test. To make this positive sentence into a negative sentence, we must put the word not between the helping verb had and the past participle of the main verb, which is studied. The negative verb, they had not studied as much as they could have before the test. Now, negative sentences in the past perfect continuous tense. The formula to make a positive sentence in the past perfect continuous tense is subject plus had been plus the present participle of the main verb plus the rest of sentence in the past perfect continuous tense. We simply add the word not after the helping verb had. The contraction hadn't is commonly used in these instances. Let's look at some examples of how to make negative sentences in the past perfect continuous tense. Example 1. We had been waiting for a long time when the bus arrived. To make this positive sentence into a negative sentence, we must add the word not between the words had and been, like this. We had not been waiting for a long time when the bus arrived. Many native English speakers will use the contraction hadn't instead of saying had not. With the contraction hadn't, the sentence would look like this. We hadn't been waiting for a long time when the bus arrived. Example 2, that is in the past perfect continuous tense. He had been eating a healthy diet before this week. To make this positive sentence into a negative sentence between the words had and been, like this. He had not been eating a healthy diet before this week. If we were to use the contraction hadn't in this sentence, the sentence would look like this. He hadn't been eating a healthy diet before this week. Example 3. Here is a positive sentence that is in the past perfect continuous tense. They had been vacationing regularly before they retired. To make this positive sentence into a negative sentence, we must put the word not between the words had and been, like this. They had not been vacationing regularly before they retired. If we were to use the contraction hadn't instead of had not, would be before they retired. You should use the present simple tense or something that is scheduled. Here is the formula that you must use to create sentences in the present simple tense. Subject plus the base form of the verb plus the rest of the predicate. You do not need to use a helping verb to create a sentence in the present simple tense. You just have to use the base form of the verb. However, if the subject is in the third person singular, then you must add either an S or an ES to the end of the verb. Let's look at an example. I watch TV every morning. So, in this sentence, the speaker is talking about a habit. In this sentence, the subject is in the first person singular. Let's look at what happens to the verb singular. He watches TV every morning. In this sentence, the subject is in the third person singular. Because of this, the verb must have an S or an ES at the end of it. Let's practice. I watch TV. You watch TV. He watches TV. She watches TV. They watch TV. We watch TV. All of these sentences are in the present simple tense. In the sentences where the subject is in the third person singular, we add an ES to the end of the verb. Depending on the verb, we will either add an S or an ES when the subject is in the third person singular. For words that end in a CH, we add an ES at the end of it. For many of the verbs, let's look at an example of this. The train to work. If the subject is in the third person singular, he takes the train to work. She takes the train to work. As you simply have to use the base form of the verb. However, if the subject is in the third person singular, then the verb should have an S or an ES at the end of it to agree with the subject. Let's look at another sentence. The sky is blue. You can use the present tense to talk about general facts. This is an example of a sentence that is a general simple present tense to talk about things that are. Here is an example. The train arrives at 9 a.m. In this sentence, the subject is the train. This subject is a third person singular subject. Because of this, the verb must have an ES or an S at the end of it. Let's take a closer look at the verb. The base form of the verb is arrive. The verb arrive ends with an E, so we can simply add an S at the end of it. Let's review. The present simple tense is used to talk about habits, general facts, or things that are scheduled to happen. To make a sentence in the present simple tense, you must use the base form of the verb. If the subject of the sentence is in the third person singular, you add an S or an ES to the end of the verb. Now let's talk about how to make a question sentence in the present simple tense. To make a question sentence in the present simple tense, you must use either the helping verb do, the sentence, followed by the base form of the verb. If the subject of the sentence is in the third person singular, then you must use does. Otherwise, you must use the word do. Here is the formula to make a question sentence in the present simple tense. Do or does plus the subject of the sentence plus the base form of the verb plus the rest of the predicate. When asking a question with this formula, the subject must agree with do or does. The subject just has to agree with either of these helping verbs, and therefore the base form of the verb stays the same whether or not the subject of the sentence is in the third person singular. Let's look at some examples of this. Do you want a glass of water? Does she want a glass of water? Does he want a glass of water? Do they want a glass of water? As you can see from these examples, we must use the word does when the subject of the sentence is in the otherwise we can use the word do. The base form of the verb does not need to have an S or an ES added to the end of it, even if the subject is in the third person singular. The subject must agree with the helping verb in this case rather than the main. If you want to use a question word for a question in the present simple tense, you would simply follow these same rules, but add the question word at the beginning of the sentence. Here is an example. When does the train arrive? Question word, then the helping verb does, then the subject of the sentence, which is the train, followed by the main verb. The subject of this sentence is the train. This subject is in the third person singular. Because of this, we must use the helping verb does rather than the helping verb do. Let's look at the question again. When does the train arrive? A possible response to this question could be, the train arrives at 9 a.m. Both of these sentences are in the present simple. You can see when the sentence is an affirmative sentence rather than a question sentence, we add an S to the end of arrive. When the sentence is a question sentence, because in this case the subject must agree with the helping verb. If the subject is not third person singular, then we just use the base form of the verb for affirmative sentences, and we use the helping verb do before the subject for question sentences. You should use the present continuous tense when talking about something that is currently happening. Here is the formula that you must use to create sentences in the present continuous tense. Subject plus present tense form of the verb to be plus the present participle of the main verb plus the rest of the predicate. Now remember of the verb to be It must agree with the subject of the sentence. Let's look at how to match the present tense forms of to be with different sentence subjects. I am, she is, he is, it is, we are, you are, they are. As you can see, you will either use am, are, or is, depending on what the subject of the sentence is. So the formula will look like this. Subject plus am, are, or is, plus the present participle of the main verb, plus the rest of the predicate. Remember, present participles are used to express continuous action. Present participles are made up of the base form of the verb plus ing, like this: singing, dancing, laughing. Let's look at some examples of how to make sentences in the present continuous tense. He is laughing loudly. I am cleaning my room. They are dancing together. As you can see, each of these sentences follows the formula subject plus present tense form of the verb to be plus the present continuous tense is used to talk about things that are currently happening, so these sentences express that the actions being mentioned are continuously happening in the present. Now that we have reviewed how to create sentences in the present continuous tense, let's talk about how to ask questions in the present continuous tense. To make a question sentence in the present continuous tense, you must invert the verb be with the subject of the sentence, and of course add a question mark at the end of the sentence. Let's look at example 1. The affirmative sentence, she is singing a song, can be changed to the question sentence, is she singing a song? Example 2. The affirmative sentence, they are playing together, can be changed to the question sentence, are they playing together? Example 3. The affirmative sentence, I am doing well, can be, am I doing well? You should use the present perfect tense to talk about something that happened at a non-specific time in the past. Here is the formula that you must use to create sentences in the present perfect tense. Subject plus have or has plus the past participle of the main verb plus the rest of the in the third person singular, then you must use has. Otherwise, you should use have. Let's look at some examples. I have been to New York. We have been to New York. You have been to New York. He has been to New York. John has been to New York. They have been to New York. As you can see from these examples, when the subject of the sentence is in the third person singular, you must use has rather than have before the main verb. The main verb of these sentences of the verb to be. It is an irregular past participle. Usually, the past participle of a verb is formed by adding an ed to the end of the verb. When the past participle of a verb does not follow this rule, this means it is an irregular past participle. So, been is an example of an irregular past participle. Remember, you are supposed to use the present perfect tense to talk about something that happened at a non-specific time in the past. If you say, I have been to New York, you are telling someone that you have been there, but you are not saying when. So, this is a good example of something that happened at a non-specific time in the past. Let's review. Perfect tense. The formula is subject plus have or has plus the past participle of the main verb plus the rest of the predicate. Now that we have reviewed how to make affirmative sentences in the present perfect tense, make questions in the present perfect tense. To make a question sentence in the present perfect tense, you must invert the subject with the helping verb have or has. Let's look at some examples. Example 1. The affirmative sentence can be changed to the question sentence, have I seen that movie? Example 2. The affirmative sentence, he has finished his homework, can be changed sentence, has he finished his homework? Example 3. The affirmative sentence, they have eaten already, can question sentence, have they eaten already? You should use the present perfect continuous tense to talk about something that I'm in the past and is still happening in the present. Here is the formula that you must use to create sentences in the present perfect continuous tense. Have been plus the present participle of the main verb plus the rest of the predicate. As you can see in this formula, you will either have to use the helping verb has or have to make a sentence in the present perfect continuous tense. This is very similar to what we just reviewed in the lecture about the present perfect tense. If the subject is in the third person singular, then you must use the word has. Otherwise, you must use the word have. Let's look at some examples. I have been living in Miami for 2 years. We have been living years. You have been living in Miami for 2 years. She has been living in Miami for 2 years. He has been living in Miami for 2 years. Amy has been living in Miami for 2 years. They have been living in Miami for 2 years. As you can see from these examples, when the subject is in the third person singular, you must use has before the word been. If the subject is not in the third person singular, you must use the word have before the word been. Let's take a closer look at I have been living in Miami for 2 years. The subject of this sentence is I. The subject is followed by the helping verb. After the helping participle of the main verb of the sentence. The main verb in this sentence is living. Living is the present participle of the verb to live. The prepositional phrase in Miami for 2 years makes up the rest of the predicate of the sentence. As you can see from this example, the present perfect continuous tense is often used to tell someone how long you have been doing something. Let's look at a few more examples. I have been going to the gym a lot. I have been attending medical school for 2 years. I have been learning English for 6 months. The formula to make a sentence in the present perfect continuous tense is subject plus have or has been plus the present participle of the main verb plus the rest of the predicate. Remember, the present perfect continuous tense is used non-specific time in the past and is still happening now. Now that we have reviewed how to make sentences in the present perfect continuous tense, let's talk about how to make question sentences to make a question sentence in the present perfect continuous tense. You must invert the subject of the sentence with the helping verb have or has. Let's look at some examples. Example 1. The affirmative sentence, she has been attending school since August, can be changed to the question sentence, has August? Example 2. The affirmative sentence, they have been practicing together, can be changed to the question sentence, have they been practicing together? Example 3. The affirmative sentence, John has been working here since January, can be changed to the question sentence, has John been working here since January? Let's talk about how to make negative sentences in the present simple tense. You can use a negative sentence in the present simple tense to express that something is not true or is not true anymore. To make a negative sentence in the present simple tense, you must add the helping verb and the word not after the subject of the sentence. If the subject of the sentence is in the third person singular, then you must use the helping verb does instead of the helping verb do. So, to make a negative sentence in the present simple tense, you must add the words do not after the subject. If the subject of the sentence is in the third person singular, then you must add the words does not after the subject. Let's look at some examples of how to make. Example 1. I do not live in New York. The contraction of do not, if we were to use this contraction in the sentence would be I don't live in New York. He does not work at the bank. The subject of this subject is in the third person, is a third person singular subject. We must use does not instead of do not after the subject. The contraction of does not is doesn't. If we were to use this contraction in the sentence would be he doesn't work at the bank. Example 3. They do not smoke. This subject is a third person subject, but it is a plural subject. It is not in the third person singular, so we still must use the words do not after the subject. If we were to use the contraction of do not in this sentence, then the sentence would be they don't smoke. Now let's talk about how to make negative sentences in the present continuous tense. You can use a negative sentence in the present continuous tense to express that something is not currently happening. To make a negative sentence in the present continuous tense, you must add the word not after the helping verb be. Remember, this is the formula to make a positive sentence in the present continuous tense. Subject plus to be plus the present participle of the main verb plus the rest of the predicate. So, if we are making a negative sentence in the present continuous tense, we must simply add the word not in the conjugated form of the verb to be. Let's look at some examples. Example 1. Here is a positive sentence in the present continuous tense. I am going to the mall today. As you can see, this sentence begins with the subject of the sentence, which is I. I is followed by the form of the verb to be that corresponds with I. Then we add the present participle of the main verb, which is the word going. The rest of the sentence is made up of the remainder of the present. To make this sentence into a negative sentence, we must add the word not after the form of the verb to be. So we add the word not after am, like this. I am not going to the mall today. Examine the present continuous tense. They are attending church today. This sentence begins with the subject they. The form of to be that corresponds are. Are is followed by the present participle of the main verb, which is attending. If we were to make this into a negative sentence, then the sentence would be, they are not attending church today. Example 3. Here is a positive sentence in the present continuous tense. He is studying for his exam. Where would we place the word not in order to turn this into a negative sentence? We use the words is and studying, like this. He is not studying for his exam. Now let's talk about how to make negative sentences in the present perfect tense. Here is the formula to make positive sentences in the present perfect tense. Subject plus have or has plus the past participle of the main verb plus the rest of the predicate. If the subject is in the third person singular, then you must use the helping verb has. Otherwise, you must use the helping verb have. So, this is the formula to make positive sentences in the present perfect tense. To make a negative sentence in the present perfect tense, you simply add the word after the helping verb have or has. Let's look at some examples. Is a positive sentence in the present in Seattle for 2 years. The subject of this sentence is a third person singular subject. Therefore, we must use the helping verb has. The helping verb is followed by verb, which is the word lived. If we want to turn this sentence into a negative sentence, not. The answer is we would put the word not between the helping verb and the past participle. So the word not should go between the words has and he has not lived in Seattle for 2 years. Example 2. Here is a positive sentence in the present perfect tense. I have spoken to him recently. In this example, the subject of the sentence is I. This is not a third person singular subject, so we must use the helping verb have with it. To speak. To turn this sentence into a negative sentence, we must put the word not between the helping verb and the past participle, like this. I have not spoken to him recently. Example 3. Here is a positive sentence in the present perfect tense. We have decided where we want to eat. In this example, the subject of the sentence is we. This is not a third person sentence. Use the helping verb have. Decided is the past participle of the verb to decide. To turn this sentence into a negative sentence, we must put the word not between the helping verb have and the past participle decided. Here is the negative version of the sentence. We have not decided where we want to eat. Also use the word never when making a negative sentence in the present perfect tense. You would simply replace the word. Here is an example. I have never lived in New York. Now let's talk about how to perfect continuous tense. Here is the formula to make a positive tense. Subject plus have or has been plus the present participle of the main. If the subject of the sentence is in the third person singular, then you must use the words has been. Otherwise, you must use the words have been. To make a sentence in the present perfect continuous tense negative, you must add the word not between the helping verb have or has and the word been. The formula to make a negative sentence in the present perfect continuous tense plus have not been or has not been plus the present participle of the main verb plus the rest of the predicate. If the subject of the sentence is in the third person singular, then you would use the words has not been. Otherwise, you must use the word. Look at some examples. Example 1. Here is a positive continuous tense, long time. To turn this sentence into a negative sentence, we must simply add the word not between the helping verb and the word been, like this. Example 2. Here is a positive sentence that is in the present perfect continuous tense. She has been smiling all day. In this example, the subject of the sentence is she, singular subject. So, with the subject she, we must use tense into a negative sentence. We must simply add the word not between the words has and been. The negative version of the sentence would be, she has not been smiling all day. Example 3. Here is a positive sentence that is in the present perfect continuous tense. The dogs have been barking all morning. The subject of this sentence is the dogs. This subject is a third person subject, but it is plural, not singular. Because it is not a third person singular subject, we must use the helping verb have as. To turn this sentence into a negative sentence, we must add the word not between have and been, like this. The dogs have not been barking all morning. The future simple tense is used to talk about things that have not happened yet. Here are some different ways that we can use the future simple tense. To predict something, to offer to do something, to express a future fact, or to describe actions that have not been planned yet. There are two ways that you can create a sentence in the simple future tense. Option 1, subject plus will plus the base form of the main verb plus the rest of the predicate. Option 2, subject plus be going to plus the base form of the main verb plus the rest of the predicate. As you can see from this formula, you can use the word will or the phrase be going to depending on the sentence. Remember, if you use be going to, the helping verb be must be conjugated to match the subject. For example, if the subject, you must say am going to, such as in this example, I am going to wash the dishes. If the subject of the sentence is in the first person plural, you must say, we are going to wash the dishes. Be with the subject of the sentence. Let's review the formulas again for how to make sentences that are in the future simple tense. The formulas are option 1, the base form of the main verb plus the rest of the predicate. Option 2, subject plus be going to plus the base form of the main verb plus the rest of the predicate. Let's look at a couple of sentences that are in the future. Example 1. The event is going to start at 3 p.m. This sentence is an example of how we can use the future simple tense to talk about a future fact. Let's analyze the event. As you can see, this sentence uses the future tense phrase be going to. The form of the verb to be that matches with a subject that is in the third person singular is the word is. This is why the sentence says, the event is. You would also use is if the subject was he, she, or it, because these are all third person singular subjects. After is going to, we can add the base form of the main verb in this sentence is start, which is the base form of the verb to start. In this sentence, at 3 p.m. is an adverbial phrase that makes up the rest of the predicate. This adverbial phrase gives additional information about timing. Example 2. John will drive you to the airport. This sentence is an example of how to use the future simple tense to make an offer or promise. It would be more accurate to call this sentence a promise if the subject of the sentence was I, For example, if the sentence was, I will drive you to the airport, this is more similar to a promise. Promises are usually things that we say in the first person because it is typically something that this particular airport is very similar to an offer or an assurance. The speaker is assuring the listener that John will do this thing for them in the future. As you can see, this sentence uses the helping verb will to create the future simple tense. Let's analyze this sentence further. The sentence is John. The subject is followed by the helping verb will. The helping verb is followed by the main verb of the sentence, drive, which is in its base form. The remaining words in the sentence make up the rest of the predicate. You is the object of the sentence, and to the airport expresses direction and location. Let's review. We can use the future simple tense to talk about things that have not happened yet, and here are the two formulas that you can use to create sentences in the future simple tense. Option 1, subject plus will plus the base form of the main verb plus the rest of the predicate. Option 2, subject plus be going to plus the base form of the main verb plus the rest of the predicate. Now that I have talked about how to make affirmative sentences in the future simple tense, let's talk about how to make question sentences in the future simple tense. To make a question sentence in the future simple tense, you must use the word before the subject. Let's look at some examples. Example, go to the bank later. This is an affirmative sentence. The affirmative sentence, he will go to the bank later, can be changed to the question sentence, will he go to the bank later? Example 2, they will arrive soon. This is an affirmative sentence. The affirmative sentence, they will arrive soon, will they arrive soon? Example 3, we will meet them. This is an affirmative sentence. The affirmative sentence, we will meet them at the park, can be changed to the question sentence, will we meet them at? Now let's talk about the other main way to make sentences in the future simple tense, which is by using the words be going to. To make a question sentence in the future simple tense using the words be going to, you must put the helping verb be before the subject of the sentence. Remember, you must make sure in terms of conjugation. Let's look at some examples. Example 1. He is going to mow the lawn. This is an affirmative sentence. He is going to mow the lawn can be changed to the question sentence, is he going to mow the lawn? In this sentence, the subject is a third-person singular subject. So, the form of to be that we must use in this sentence is the word is. If the subject of the sentence was I, then we would have to use the form of to be that corresponds with a first-person singular pronoun, which would be the word am. I am going to mow the lawn. Example 2. We are going to study today. This is an affirmative sentence. We are going to study can be changed to the question sentence. Are we going to study today? Remember, the helping verb are is the form of to be that corresponds with plural subjects and the second person subject you. They is also a plural subject, so we can also say, are they going to study today? The be, they are going to study today. Example 3, they are going to wait in line. This is an affirmative sentence. The affirmative sentence, they are going to wait in line, can be changed to the question sentence. Are they going to wait in line? Let's review. The future simple tense is used to talk about things that have not happened yet. Questions in the future simple tense are used to ask about things that have not happened yet. You can ask questions in the future simple tense by using these formulas. Will plus subject plus the base form of the main verb plus the rest of the predicate, or be going to plus the base form of the main verb plus the rest of the predicate. The future continuous tense is used to talk about something that will be continuously happening. Remember, with continuous tenses, we use present participles. Present participles are made by adding ing to the end of a verb, such as in these examples: playing, dancing, singing. The ing at the end of the verb expresses that the action is continuously happening. So, you will see that the formula we must use in continuous tense will include a present participle. Here are formulas that you can use to create sentences in the future continuous tense. Option 1. Subject plus is, am, or are going to be plus the verb plus the rest of the subject plus will be plus verb plus the rest of the predicate. As you can see from these formulas, we must use the present participle of the main verb to create a sentence in the future continuous tense. This is because it is a continuous tense and present participles are used to express continuous action. Before the present participle of the main verb, we must either use the words will be or is, am, or are going to be. Of course, if you are using is, am, or are going to be in a sentence, you must choose whether to use is the sentence. The subject must match the form of be in terms of conjugation. Let's look at some examples of sentences that are in the future continuous tense. Example 1. We are away for Thanksgiving. The subject of this sentence is we, which is a plural subject. With the subject, we are going to be. Then we add the present participle of the main verb. In this sentence, the present participle is cooking. So this sentence expresses that the subjects will cook continuously. The words all day for Thanksgiving are an adverbial phrase that make a complete predicate. Example 2. They are going to be waiting at the airport. In this sentence, the subject is they. The form of to be that corresponds with they is the word are. The subject they with the words are going to be. Then we add the present participle of the main verb, which is waiting. The rest of the sentence, which is at the airport, is a predicate. Example 3. I am going to be working all night. In this sentence, the subject is I. The form of to be that corresponds with I is the word am. So we pair the subject I with the words am participle of the main verb. In this sentence, the present participle is working. Working is the main continuous action being expressed in this sentence. Now let's talk about the other main way that we can make sentences in the future continuous tense. We can use the words will be instead of using is, am, or are going to be. Let's look at some examples of how to use the words will be to make sentences in the future continuous tense. Example 1. He will be waiting at the airport. This sentence is similar to the previous example where I said they are going to the airport. These sentences are two different ways of expressing the same thing. If I wanted to use the is, am, or are going to be construction for this sentence, the sentence would be, he is going to be waiting at the airport. These two sentences, he is going to be waiting at the airport, and he will be waiting at the airport, mean the same thing, and they are both in the future continuous tense. In the future continuous tense, The exact words will be can be used for any subject. For example, she will be, it will be, they will be. We use the is, am, or are going to be construction to create a sentence in the future continuous tense. Then use is, am, or are based on what the subject example. I will be attending school in the fall. In this sentence, the subject is I, followed by the helping verbs will be. Then we must add the present participle of the main verb of the sentence. In this case, the present participle of the sentence is attending. Attending is the main continuous action of the sentence. This sentence ends with the prepositional phrase in the fall. This subject of the sentence will attend school continuously starting in the fall. Example 3. The school will be having a bake sale next week. The subject is the school. The subject is followed by the helping. Next, we add the present participle of the main verb of the sentence, which in this sentence is the word having. Having is the present participle of the verb to have. The school will have a bake sale continuously at some point starting next week. Let's review. The future continuous tense is used to talk about something that will be continuously happening at some point in the future. Here are the formulas that you can use to create sentences in the future continuous tense. Option 1. Subject plus will be plus the present participle of the main verb plus the rest of the predicate. Option 2. Am or are going to be plus the present participle of the main verb plus the rest of the predicate. Now that I have talked about how to make affirmative sentences in the future continuous tense, let's talk about how to ask questions in the future continuous tense. To make a question sentence in the future continuous tense, you must invert will or is, am, or are with the subject. So, if you are using the will be construction for a sentence in the future continuous tense, you must invert will with the subject to form a question. To be construction to create a sentence, then you must swim or are. Look at some examples of how to make question sentences in the future continuous. Example 1. They will be studying at the library is an affirmative sentence. The affirmative sentence, they will be studying at the library, can be changed to the question sentence, will they be studying at the library? In this sentence, the subject is they, so we must invert they with will to turn the affirmative sentence into a question sentence. Example 2. She will be waiting for me at the train station. This is an affirmative sentence. The affirmative sentence, she will be waiting for me at the train station, can be changed to the question sentence, will she be waiting for me at the train station? Example 3. We will be eating lunch soon. This is an affirmative sentence. The affirmative sentence, we will be eating lunch soon, can be changed to the question sentence, will we be eating lunch soon? Questions in the future continuous tense by using the words is, am, or are going to be. Example 1. They are going to be studying at the library. This is an affirmative sentence. They are going to be studying at the library can be changed to the question sentence. Are they going to be studying at the library? In this example, the subject is they. The form of to be that corresponds with the subject they is the word are. So, in an affirmative sentence, we must say, they are going to be studying at the library. In the question sentence, I inverted the words they and are to make the question, are they going to be studying? Example 2. She is going to be waiting for me at the train station. This is an affirmative sentence. The affirmative sentence, she is going to be waiting for me at the train station, can to the question sentence. Example 3. We are going to be eating lunch soon. This is an affirmative sentence. The affirmative sentence, soon, can be changed to the question sentence. If you want to make a question sentence in the future continuous tense that has a question word, you can add the question word at the beginning of the sentence like this. When are we going to be eating lunch? Or with the will be construction, the sentence will look like this. When will we be eating lunch? The future perfect tense is used to talk about something that will be completed at a specific point in the future. The most common way to make a sentence in the future perfect tense is by using this formula: subject plus the rest of the predicate. We often specify a certain duration of time when we speak in the future perfect tense. Time in a sentence by including an adverbial phrase. As you have seen in previous lessons, the adverbial phrase will often be placed at the beginning or end of the sentence. Let's look at some examples of sentences that are in the. All of these sentences will have an adverbial phrase in them to specify timing. Example 1. By the end of this year, I will have completed my master's degree. The adverbial phrase in this sentence is by the end of this year. In this particular case, it is at the beginning of the sentence. The main part of the sentence comes after the adverbial phrase. The subject of the sentence is I. Verbs will have, which are followed by the past participle of the main verb. My master's degree is the object of the sentence, which makes up the rest of the predicate. Example 2. We will have been together for 20 years by the end of this month. As you can see, this sentence has an adverbial phrase at the end of it. The subject of the sentence is we. We is followed by the helping verbs will have, which are followed by been. Been is the past participle of the verb to be. Together for 20 years by the end of this month is an adverbial phrase that completes the predicate of the sentence. Example 3. By this time tomorrow, they will have adopted a new puppy. The adverbial phrase in this sentence is by this time tomorrow. The subject of the sentence is they. They is followed by will have. The past participle in this sentence is adopted. Adopted is the past participle of the verb to adopt. The object of this sentence is a new puppy. The object of this sentence makes up the rest of the complete predicate. The adverbial phrase by this time tomorrow can be placed at the beginning or the end of this sentence. Now that I have talked about how to make affirmative sentences in the future perfect tense, let's talk about how to make question sentences in the future perfect tense. To ask a question in the future perfect tense, you must invert the subject of the sentence. Let's look at some examples of how to make question sentences in the future perfect tense. Example 1. This is an affirmative sentence. The affirmative sentence, they will have heard the news by now, can be changed to the question sentence, will they have heard. Example 2. By this time tomorrow, John will have received his test scores. This is an affirmative sentence. The affirmative sentence, by this time tomorrow, John will have received his test scores, can be changed to have received his test scores. Example 3. By noon, they will have arrived. This is an affirmative sentence. The affirmative sentence, by noon, they will have arrived, can be changed to the question sentence, by noon will they have arrived? Let's review. The future perfect tense is used to talk about things that will be completed at a certain point in the future. Questions in the future perfect tense are used to ask about things that may be complete at a certain time in the future. The most common formula that is used to make sentences in the future perfect tense is subject plus will have plus the past participle of the main verb plus the rest of the predicate, timing or duration. The adverbial phrase should usually be placed at the beginning or end of the sentence. Lastly, to make a question sentence in the future perfect tense, you must invert the subject with the helping verb will as shown in this formula. Will plus subject plus have plus the past participle of the main verb plus the rest of the predicate. The future perfect continuous tense is used to talk about how long something has been continuously occurring by a certain point in the future. This tense is quite similar to the future perfect tense. However, the future perfect tense completed, whereas the future continuous tense is used to talk about continuous action. The most common way to make a sentence in the future perfect continuous tense is with this formula. Subject plus will have been plus the present participle of the main verb plus the rest of the predicate. It is important to know that this tense can only be used with action verbs. Remember, action verbs are verbs that describe a physical action. Stative verbs are verbs that express a state of being. The future perfect continuous tense is used to talk specifically about continuous actions. So, the present participle in the sentence must be the present participle of an action verb. Let's look at an example. It would be incorrect to use the verb to seem as the main verb in a sentence that is in the future perfect continuous tense. The present participle of to seem is seeming, so it would be incorrect to say, she will have been seeming sad all day by the end of the night. It would be correct to say, she will have been crying all day by the end of the night. The second sentence, she will have been crying, is grammatically correct because to cry is an action verb. To seem is a stative verb, so the first sentence, she will have been seeming sad all day by the end of the night, is incorrect. Instead, you can say, she will have seemed sad all day by the end of the night. This sentence is in the future perfect tense and it is grammatically correct. Remember, like the future perfect tense, we often use adverbial phrases when we say things in the future perfect continuous tense. Let's look at some examples in continuous tense. Example 1. By the end of this month, I will have for 5 years. This sentence begins with the adverbial phrase, by the end of this month. The main part of the sentence starts with the subject, which is I. Helping verbs will have been. The helping verbs are followed by the present participle of the main verb, which is working. The adverbial phrase, at my job for 5 years, makes up the rest of the predicate of the sentence. Remember, adverbial phrases can often go at the beginning and the end of the sentence. Example 2. By dinner time, we will have been studying for 8 hours straight. The first adverbial phrase in this sentence is the phrase by dinner. The subject of the sentence is we. The subject is followed by the helping verbs will have been. The present participle in this sentence is studying. For 8 hours straight is another adverbial phrase which makes up the rest of the predicate. Example 3. John and Amy will have been dating for 3 years by Valentine's Day. The subjects of this sentence are John and Amy. The subjects John and Amy are followed by the helping verbs will have been. These helping verbs are followed by the present participle of the main verb of the sentence. The present participle in the sentence is dating. Dating is the present participle of the verb to date. For 3 years by Valentine's Day is an adverbial phrase. This phrase makes up the remainder of the predicate. Now that I have talked about how to make affirmative sentences in the future perfect continuous tense, let's talk about how to make question sentences in the future perfect continuous tense. To ask a question in the future perfect continuous tense, you must invert the helping verb will with the subject of the sentence, like this. Will plus subject plus have been verb plus the rest of the predicate. Let's look at some examples of how to make question sentences in the future perfect continuous tense. Example 1. By December, she will have been studying English for 1 year. If this was a question sentence, it would look like this. By December, will she have been studying English for 1 year? Example 2. John and Amy will have been planning their wedding for 6 months by the end of this year. This sentence is an affirmative sentence. If this was a question sentence, it would look like this. Will John and Amy have been planning their wedding for 6 months by the end of this year? Exam date, he will have been preparing for 3 months. This is an affirmative sentence. If this was a question sentence, it would look like this. By the exam date, will he have been preparing for 3 months? Let's review. The future perfect continuous tense is used to talk about how long something has been occurring by a certain point in the future. Questions in the future perfect continuous tense are used to ask about things that will have been occurring for a certain period of time by a certain point in the future. The most common formula that is used to make sentences in the future perfect continuous tense is subject plus will have been plus the present participle of the main verb plus the rest of the predicate. Remember, it is very common that a sentence in the future perfect continuous tense will include an adverbial phrase. The adverbial phrase will often come before the sentence or at the end of the sentence. Continuous tense, you must invert the helping verb will with the subject of the sentence, as shown in this formula. Will plus subject plus have been plus the present participle of the main verb plus the rest of the predicate.